Okay, hey, I have never played Destiny 2 or Destiny 1 before, but before I start the clock here and start playing it, I kind of have a 5 minute rant to go on. So if you're watching in the future on YouTube and you don't care about that, just skip ahead a few minutes to where you don't see this title screen anymore. Okay, so despite never having played this game, I've absorbed a decent amount of it through cultural osmosis. I know a lot of the nouns like Guardian and Light. I know some of the super early memes like Dinklebot, like Peter Dinklage was on as a voice actor. He played like a robot or something, and his performance was pretty wooden. So later on, they replaced him with an industry insider voice actor, right? So I knew about that. I knew a long time ago that this game was kind of lukewarmly received on release, and then after the Taken King expansion came out, I guess that's for Destiny 1, people started to like the game more, and then there was all this drama with the release of Destiny 2, throwing out all of the things they had come up with in Destiny 1. Okay, so I also know that the core gameplay loop is a looter-shooter, like a more sophisticated MMO Borderlands, but with party mechanics maybe more similar to something like Diablo, and honestly, that sounds awesome. That's all the way up my alley. I love looter games, I love ARPGs, I love Diablo. This game happened to release right around the time I started streaming. When I started streaming, I kind of committed to not playing games without streaming them so as not to burn my blind experience, preserve that for Twitch and YouTube. But had this game come out a couple years earlier, I definitely would have been playing it constantly because it's exactly the kind of game that I like to play. So anyway, last year, I was excited to finally get into Destiny. I have this voting system where viewers get to pick which games I'm going to play. And I decided to add Destiny 1 to the voting spreadsheet, and much to my dismay, found that everyone in the community who likes Destiny was like, why would you add Destiny 1? I don't want to see you play. No one wants to see you play Destiny 1. You shouldn't play Destiny 1. It's bad. And I'm like, what? Like, in what situation would I ever not play the first game before progressing to the second game? Like, I assume the first game is fine, right? And this is why I want to rant here. This is the crux of my rant, is that I don't think I have a correct mental model of what this even is. Like, there are plenty of games that I haven't played before that I'm kind of aware of culturally, and I have a decent model of how they work, right? Like, I have never played World of Warcraft's Shadowlands before, the newest expansion. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what the mechanics are, but my rough mental model of the game is that it's, the Shadowlands content, the current content, is probably the most balanced stuff that's available. You want to try to get to the current expansion as soon as possible because that's where the best content is. It's where it's most polished. But if you create a new character in Shadowlands and you start from scratch and you play through the earlier expansions, sure, the content's not going to be as polished. Sure, the new math and the new balance is going to make things a little bit more face roll, but it will still be fine. It'll still be like roughly playable, right? And my understanding is that that's not the case for Destiny, that the stuff that's not current isn't fine and it's not roughly playable. I know that World of Warcraft has this problem and has had a problem for a while now where whenever they release a new expansion, they come up with all these new systems and concepts and they develop them throughout the expansion life cycle, and then once the next expansion hits, they drop everything they just came up with. And what I perceive about Destiny, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that Destiny has that problem except on like super steroids. Like, I picture Bungie, the developers, as being on this high-speed train that's barreling down the tracks, and they've got some developers that are at the front of the train that are trying to place tracks down in front of it as it's moving, and then there's developers in the back of the train in the caboose that are trying to pick up tracks to reuse, actively deleting the content they just added to the game to move to the front to place in front of it. It's like the ultimate game as a service, the ultimate live game, the ultimate fear of missing out FOMO game, where if you're not playing the current patch content, you're not playing the game. That's how I perceive it to be. So that's my blind take. I've never played it before. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. From a core gameplay loop perspective, I think this game is going to light up my brain. It's going to release all the good, happy chemicals. I'm going to be swimming in dopamine. But as I've developed my tastes as a gamer, that kind of like FOMO model of you better play it now because it's garbage in a week or two that's like design cancer to me. Like, there's nothing that will make me burn out faster than a formula that's like that. So I really hope that's not how it actually is. All that said, let's play Destiny 2. Let's check it out. I think I went ahead and got my account set up before stream. That's as much as I've seen of Destiny 2's pop up here. We upgraded the Cryptolith Lure. Okay, those are words. Cool. Before Season 13 begins, the following quests should be turned in or they will remove from inventories. So they actually just dump quests. Rewards ending soon. Oh yeah, they had this super gross free-to-play thing when I made my account that was like, if you allow us to send you promotional emails, we'll give you in-game items. And I was like, oh, no. Next week in Destiny, Season of the Chosen begins. Sepix Prime is... Okay, I don't know what any of this means. Select class. Titan, Assault and Stalwart Defense, Hunter, Agile, Warlock, sustain themselves and devastate their foes. So is this like tank DPS and healing, or tank DPS and magic, I guess? I usually do tank in MMOs, but let's try mage. That sounds fun. Let's see. Like a random... I do kind of like the aesthetic of this game with everyone being like a robot person. That's pretty cool. Head features. Is any of this stuff respecable later on if you change your mind? So I never played Anthem, but this is kind of what I imagined Anthem looked like too. Was it like this over the top and being similar to Destiny? 7. No kidding. It can't be changed. I skipped the screen? Where? Press enter to open text chat. It's just a loading screen tip, not something I actually have to do. Okay. I am playing with a controller. It sounds like that's fine. I can always switch to mouse and keyboard. I'm playing on PC, but I try to play on controller when games support it. No, I guess I would have picked robot. So it's either robot or human. Does that have any stat changes, or is it just an aesthetic choice? So does Destiny 2 as it currently exists require you to have any knowledge of the first game? Mars, present day. Robot, human, or blue elf. Okay. Like science fiction stuff that's set in the, like, our solar system. It's always cool. It's a normal thing to be on Mars. Okay. It's actually kind of a similar, like, setup to Mass Effect, huh? Find some kind of important alien tech on Mars.
We called it the Traveler, and its arrival changed us forever. Great cities were built on
Volume level, okay, this game runs a little bit quieter than other ones I've played.
Mercury became a garden world. Human lifespan tripled. It was a time of miracles. We stared out at the galaxy and knew that it was our destiny to walk in the light of other
Still
stars.
quiet.
But the Traveler had an enemy. A darkness which had hunted it for eons across the black gulfs of space. centuries after our golden age began.
It's a pretty cool setup.
Found us.
I like that it's like fantasy sci-fi.
But it was also a beginning.
No, I'll look into subtitles once it gives me control. Don't have anything right now.
Guardian? Eyes up, Guardian. It worked. You're alive. You don't know how long I've been looking for you.
Wait, is this the thing that was previously Dinklebot in Destiny 1?
Actually, now I'm your ghost, and you? Well, you've been dead a long time. So you're going to see a lot of things you won't understand. This is fallen territory. We aren't safe here. I have to get you to the city.
Wait, so are the events of Destiny 1 like irrelevant? Have they been moved into Destiny 2? Is this also how Destiny 1 starts? This is where I say I don't have a model of this game. I don't understand. Is Destiny 2 like Madden 95 to Destiny 1's Madden 94? This is the intro mission of Destiny 1.
A Russian spaceport. It's quarantined now, and quite dangerous. But our only way forward is through that wall.
Subtitles, please. On. Okay. Medium all seems fine. Okay. Just want to make sure that that's on because it seems like this game's a little bit quieter than some of the ones we played recently. Glide. Use and use again to jump higher and farther. Oh, cool. In Destiny 2, you're joining the story a little further into the timeline. Okay.
I need to get you back to the city. To do that, we'll need a ship. But first, I need to find you a weapon. Let's keep moving.
Careful. They're all around us.
This is a really cool setup so far. I'm intrigued about where they're going with it.
It's a risk, but I'll get us more light. Hardened military system, check. Frayed wires and rust, check. When I flip this switch, expect trouble.
Expecting trouble.
Not good. Definitely not happy to see us. There's a rifle. Grab it.
Okie dokie.
I brought you back for a reason, Guardian. You're a warlock.
Your curiosity's as dangerous
You're
as
a
any
character
weapon.
class.
So trust your instincts, and we'll find a way home.
Okay, so that's kind of similar to the opening of Xenoblade Chronicles X. It's neat. Yeah, the story setup is pretty awesome. I love damage numbers. That gives me the brain chemicals for sure. Right bumper to melee. Okay, try that next time.
Stay focused. If your tracker blinks, there's trouble nearby.
Tracker? Toss a grenade. Not like that, though. Everything is based on cooldowns. You actually have ammo? It looks like you do. Okay, that works.
The Fallen are scavengers. Alien pirates picking at humanity's remains.
Looks like I'm just auto-looting stuff with the little beams over it when I see it.
Speaking of pirates, there's a loot cache. Let's take what's inside.
Oh, this is... Swap to your energy weapon. It might be resistance to that attention burden I talk about for like appraising things in games. I don't know if it affects all streamers the same way, but I definitely get an amount of anxiety when I have to like pause playing the game to analyze things. If I find some way to automate it even by algorithm, I'm just like, if it's new and it's expensive, I keep it, else I sell it, you know? Yeah, the kind of thing you wouldn't worry about so much if you were playing it off
Hit 'em
stream.
with everything you've got.
Use your super ability. That's pretty neat. It's a warlock thing. That guy's got a shield. It's not a useful metric for determining what's valuable in the Souls-like game. Here, yeah. I'm digging this so far. I'm getting the dopamine chemicals. I'm not sure what all of these, like, are these just ammo and that's why I'm not picking it up because I'm already full or something? Because it's surprising to me that this game actually has ammo. I could see it doing a Overwatch style, you have clips that you have to reload, but
Locate a ship we can use to fly home.
you can't actually run out. The Divide. Whoa, is that another player?
Heads up. A fallen raiding party. We're in more trouble than I thought.
Okay, so I guess my model of the way you interact with other players is incorrect. I just kind of assumed that it was Diablo style where you had to like group up in a lobby or maybe an open lobby area and then do instances together. I think I would just run into other randos during normal play. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna die right at the beginning. Guardian down, waiting to revive. So what's the punishment for dying? Spin metal leaves? 3 pools, progressively rare drops. I'm not gonna get drops what you're currently not using. I like the different damage numbers, presumably for headshots. Is that what yellow damage numbers represent? Oh, I see. Destroy these things.
You're doing great. Focus on the fallen.
I can't see health bars sometimes.
No ship, but I'm detecting a friendly signal nearby. They may be able to help.
No ship.
Repeat, this is Shah Han. My Vanguard operation is compromised. I'm separated from my strike team.
Vanguard.
So if I don't see a health bar above something, even if it's giving me damage numbers, it's not doing anything, presumably?
Cass, Maeve, if you're hearing this, rendezvous at the following coordinates.
Something's interfering. I don't think he heard us, but I've got a lock on this location.
Oh, gave me some loot. Far Seeker's Reach gauntlets. So, traditional rarity tiers, green, blue, purple, orange. And blue is just better. The number I'm seeing next to other characters is their character level or light level. It's kind of interesting. This is just kind of an open area. You don't have to kill everything. Green, blue, purple, yellow. Okay. And is this like Diablo 3 Reaper of Souls style, where like at the end game you really only care about yellows? Or is it Path of Exile where you're trying to get good affixes on rares. Most gear will be purple. Oh, you can only wear so many yellows. Okay. Shit. So are the purples mostly just combinations of stats and affixes, and you're trying to get a one that's good for your build, kind of a thing? I'm just wondering how difficult it is to determine whether something you just picked up is an upgrade or not. If it's like on a scale of Diablo 3, if you pick it up and the stats are green, then it's better. To Path of Exile, it's an appraisal nightmare, who the hell knows? Depends on your build.
Thank the light. I didn't think we had other Guardians on patrol here. Listen, my fire team's missing. I need backup, and...
I like the look of the armor in this game.
You're fresh out of the grave, aren't
Capes
you?
and
We heard your
stuff.
distress call. We're here to help.
Brave. I like it. Tall order for your first day, though. Doesn't help that I rushed the perimeter scans, and now... I need to locate my team before there's nothing left to find.
Okay.
Sit tight. I'll
If your
get you
eye
to the
level
city
goes up,
soon enough.
that's because light is basically eye level.
Let me help.
Oh, I can talk.
I get it. Nobody likes to be sidelined.
Guardians are stronger together. Isn't that right?
You sound like Commander Zavala. All right then. Load up. This is gonna get dicey. But do what I say, and we'll get through it.
We won't let you down.
I have all the questions about this
Follow
setting.
my signal.
I hope they didn't dump the story stuff that explains what's going on and who these people are and why I'm getting woken up and all that stuff, because that's very intriguing to me.
There's a weapon in that locker. Probably an upgrade for you. Grab it and head to my location.
Probably an upgrade. Kinetic weapon. Equip it on the character screen. Oh, white is below blue. Okay. Why does it show two of these? Are there actually two available? Because they have different stats. 1057, 1063. Power. I must have missed it.
I'll scan for signals from my jump ship. I need you to be my eyes on the ground.
Did they change it to power in Destiny 2 or something instead of light? So I remember hearing the term light a lot.
Something's causing interference. My scanner's shot. I might be doing this the
Player
old-fashioned
base still
way.
calls it that though.
Analyzing. I've got a source for the interference. Let's check it out.
Makes me excited to see some of like the raid content. I hope that most of it's still playable, you know. Like I was saying, early expansion content in WoW is still fine, even if it's not particularly difficult. So,
Get me closer to that antenna.
white light on the ground is regular ammo, green light on the ground is green ammo.
Stolen city tech has been spliced in here. That's scrambling your scans.
Fallen can't resist tinkering with old scrap.
So why did they
They're
boot
certainly skilled at it.
Peter Dinklage?
This
Was he
will take a
just
minute to
not
fix.
invested, or did he not get good voice direction? I heard it was a wooden performance, but
Hold them off while I work on this.
hold them off. Use your class ability to create an augmenting rift around you. Oh, it heals you. Okay. Maybe it'll be a stat boost for these guys. I'm trying to watch for my cooldowns here. So the one that looks like a little field is the healing field that I just dropped. Grenade is the leftmost ability, and my super ability is the one in the middle.
Damn. Our team signals are missing, and last known locations are nowhere near each other.
Too expensive and busy.
Split up unless things got real bad. I'll track Cass. You find Maeve. Sending coordinates now.
I guess they're definitely taking the point of view of, like, if you want the story, you'll search for it, but in the meantime, you can just play the fun shooter game, right? Because that would make sense why people, like, don't bother with Destiny 1. Grenade, melee, and class abilities. Blue squares are glimmer, which are money, okay.
Myths say the Fallen once lived in the Traveler's Grace, but something happened. The Traveler left them, and that brought ruin to their civilization.
Traveler was that big moon
They've
thing
come all
on
this way, chasing what
Mars.
they lost, hoping to get it back, or take it from us.
Now, thanks for helping in chat. I'm surprised a lot of this is introduced in the beginning, but doesn't include pop-ups or explanations of why you would care, right? Ride a heavy pike. Oh, okay, it just shoots normally. So the only main advantage to killing enemies is they're not experience points, right? There's just item level power. But you're getting money when things die that you don't have to go to them to pick up, I guess. I've never played a Halo, but I'm kind of aware of the fact that Halo has vehicles, so it shouldn't be surprising. Supercharged. Season Pass experience. It's interesting. Pressing in the left stick launches some kind of grenade thing. Neat. So Season Pass XP only if I'm paying more than what I'm paying for like the Legendary Edition or something? That's another thing, that my model of the like way this game is free to play is very muddled. That's pretty cool looking. Nice. You say Dreg, but I keep seeing it in my peripheral vision and thinking it says Doug. The core mechanics are pretty similar to Halo. It's cool. Makes sense. Explains economy stuff when you get to the first non-combat area. Okay. All Tregs are named Doug. Classes are different jumps.
Looks like the Fallen want to keep us out.
Or keep something in. There's worse than dregs in old Russia.
Let's check out the control unit.
Yes, let's. Yes, have some.
This is locked down with adaptive encryption. We'll need access keys to bypass it. The Fallen salvagers might have some.
So I'm guessing there's group content design where you need different kinds of jumps to do different things. There's no falling damage, I assume? It seems like that would be... against the design goals they're going for with the way this game plays. Doug! Where you at, Doug? Download.
That's one key. We need 2 more.
Sounds good. I like the look of this game. It's very colorful. I like the aesthetic of like the abandoned plains everywhere. It's pretty cool. Pick up an arc charge. Deposit. Okay. Have all the games, including the original incarnation of Destiny 1, been so like, oh my god, let's play, let's go, let's go, let's go? As far as not like slowing down. It's fine, I mean, I get that Diablo is often constructed that way, where there's a lot of optional stuff you can do to immerse yourself, but that because the main game is intended to be played on repeat over and over, you can also just rush through every map. You don't take the time to slow down.
That's all the keys we need. I should be able to break the encryption now.
It used to be a different story mission to start with anyway. Interesting. Did that still happen canonically? Oh, this intro is even different for Destiny 2? God, that's so strange. Okay. This is what I mean about not being able to follow, even just in an abstract model, what's going on.
We're keeping the hive at bay.
Maeve is in more trouble than I thought. You need to hurry.
Okay, so is it that they're trying to avoid a World of Warcraft situation where there's all these different points in the game that are taking place at different times, that they're wanting to have events progress the story forward, and then a new character created in the current timeline isn't playing through things that already canonically happened in the past or something? So I guess I can respect the hustle there, but... Oh, it's a game size issue. Really? Wow, has that ever happened before? For like another franchise?
This is a powerful surge of arc energy. Whatever's causing it, even transmats won't get through right now.
So this is it. I'm kind of like playing Cataclysm, and the vanilla WoW content is no longer in the game. Not a perfect comparison, I'm sure, but... Has there been any discussion from Bungie about adding like a time walking kind of way to restore some of that content in the future, or are they all in on the game as a service? You get one chance to experience it and then it's gone forever thing.
Darkness is suffocating my light. Guardian, I can't
Spawning
bring you
restricted.
back if you die here.
Oh, that's cool. That's pretty neat. So that super just creates a bunch of homing orbs that attack shit? Okay. I really like all the names for stuff. All the nouns are very cool.
Maeve signal is just ahead.
They're very fantasy-y, as opposed to science fiction-y.
There may still be light left in her ghost.
Those are words.
Shaw, I'm sorry. We were too late.
I was too. Cass, I couldn't get to him in time.
There was a hive wizard, a powerful one. We tried.
Hive
This isn't on
wizard.
you. You did what you could.
We have the remains of her ghost.
She'd appreciate that. You should just head to camp before that wizard comes back.
We've got wizards in this setting. I'm on board with that. That's pretty sweet. Find Shaw to camp. Okay. So they vault it. They don't like delete it so that it's unrecoverable, right? They're not pulling a BioWare we lost the source code to Pinnacle Station type mistake. I guess it's a sign of a situation where like call me when they find some way to make that old content relevant again. Because I will be super interested to go back and play through all of it at that point. Guardian Rises, recommended power. It's not a problem with raw size, the size of stuff the engine can address. This article about how Byzantine their level design program was that made authoring new content a pain. Interesting. Have they explained why they made Destiny 2 in the first place? Like, why didn't they just keep expanding Destiny? There wasn't an expansion,
Stay low.
right?
Cosmodrome's a hot zone. Even the light has limits. Sometimes you don't come back.
I like games that
hive you
build
saw was a
respawning
powerful
into
wizard
the
named
lore.
Methosa. Didn't expect to run into something that strong, and I wasn't prepared. Now it's too late. Maeve and Cass knew the risks. Best way to honor them is to finish the job. There's a Golden Age relic, a superconductor, in a sealed chamber nearby. Vanguard says we can make a weapon out of it. Problem is, the superconductor is overflowing with arc energy. Can't even get near the place, much less break the lock. We need to find a solution, and something tells me our fallen neighbors know a thing or two about the infrastructure here. These were my fire team's assignments. They're yours now. Go shake the tree, we'll see what falls out.
Guardian Rises. Shaw grieves the loss of his fire team. The mission must continue. Here to find a Golden Age relic, a superconductor. Powerful weapon against the darkness. Capital D. Sniper rifle. Defeat combatants. Daily bounties. Uh-oh. Use your melee, use your super, use a kinetic weapon. Okie dokie, that's cool. They were going to do a Destiny 3 and then they changed that. So what are these other players able to do if we're all just running around? Do they each see their own instanced enemies and stuff?
Energy readings by the
Or if they kill an enemy, does that mean I can't kill it? Review what my situation is here. That's cool. Oh, does this give me like a temporary shield once it fills up too, in addition to healing me? Is it scaling like Battle for Azeroth style, where like every player is encountering their own entity and technically you're just dealing like percentage of health damage as opposed to like the damage number it's showing you isn't real, quote unquote real, in comparison to what's actually happening to their health bar? Is how BFA started handling it, which is super strange. I'm skilled up. Okay. So will my damage numbers change when I'm in different areas then? Eye level is you must be this tall to ride. Or a map button. How can I track a quest that I've accepted? Is that a thing? On that page. If I wanted to start gaining seasonal XP, would I have to like pay money or something? Yeah, was the 1000 eye level, is that like a consequence of them switching to Destiny 2 and then moving the timeline forward? The opening mission is like. That's pretty neat. Now I'm trying to find this quest page, hold on. Here we go, quests. Purchase a daily bounty. Huh. Where were those dailies that were like, kill a certain number of enemies, or are those things I have to pay for in order to have as a thing I could do? I thought I did when I was on that. I thought he was just telling me, here are your quests you can do.
Glad to see a friendly face. Status.
Interesting.
All right.
Didn't realize that I thought it was just saying, here are the quests that you're doing right now. Okay. And enemies are just spawning right now, I guess, all over the place. That's why I was meleeing stuff earlier, because I thought that was giving me some of those objectives from earlier. This bounty system's getting removed from the game? No kidding. Open the destination map and find the divide. Okay. Blast from the past. So I can just check all of these. I can only have 3 at a time. I can only track 3 items at a time. Okay, let me get my 2 more melees. And these different regions on the map, dropships are just appearing and spawning dregs constantly. Dugs. Dude, I keep seeing Doug. I can't not see it. Wish I could see my character in third person temporarily, just so I can understand what my flight is like. It's like I have limited flight, I assume, when I'm double jumping. Destroy all Dugs. Patrol zones and doing bounties is a major core gameplay loop. Oh, that guy counts as like an elite or a boss or something, so I get loot from it. That's cool. Put it here in a second. Spitting distance complete. There's no way to equip stuff right when you pick it up, right? You always gotta go into your inventory and check. Bounty system, that's the same, but you don't have to talk to Shah to get his bounty. I'm surprised it's not the way it already works, to be honest. Huh. Let's see what else I can track here. Kinetic weapons, supers, crowd control's just going to happen. So I have to turn it in, right? Once I'm done, I got to bring it back to the guy. This is like the thing that Guild Wars 2 fixed with their heart system. Where's progress? Only one more at a time. Oh, you click on it to claim it. Really? So I go to the quest after I do it. The claim. Weird. Is there a reason why you'd not want to claim something immediately once you finish it?
Owe it to them. Can't let them...
Oh, I see. That's a little icon over the head. That means you can push in the right stick to melee kill them. Okay. Is there any advantage to doing that other than it being a cool animation? Am I, like, immune to damage during it or something? The melee KO thing is new. Interesting. So what does my right bumper warlock ability do? Oh shit, I'm gonna fucking die. The one that's like a melee punch for a second, does it drain their defense or something? Gotta learn the grenade arc better. You sometimes get lifesteal. Okay. Finishers might have advantages if you have specific mods equipped. Gotcha. Well, this is still fun to play. I'm enjoying it. This is the area from the very beginning of the game when I first loaded out, right? Are these all fixed authored maps, or is there any, like, are there any randomly generated ones? I assume this game runs off a lot of phasing, that if you're a brand new player, you're seeing different enemies on this part of the map than you are if you are on this quest. It's authored. Okay. Dark arrow generated an orb of power. Long tunnels and hallways are a loading screen for matchmaking. Okay. So it's constantly matching me with other players in the background. Fallen data scrap. I feel like I got an item earlier that just kind of went into my inventory without me having to loot it. How does that work? I killed that captain earlier and it gave me an item, and then I went to the chest and it gave me another item. Is it just like you have like a proximity around you that lets you vacuum up loot or something? Okay, I must have to get up there via some other mechanism. Creatures drop items you ought to pick up when you get nearby. Okay. Makes it look like I'm supposed to be able to get up here now. Jump from somewhere else, maybe? There we go. I didn't know this game had jumping puzzles. Warlock, do you need to jump better? What are you talking about? Raid jumping puzzles, that's fun. Is there a tutorial for how your jump's supposed to work? Found a lost sector, dangerous areas, or powerful combatants guard chests of loot. When you see this symbol in the world, it means a lost sector entrance close by. So what, let me see if I understand. You're saying it's not just jump and then jump to fly and hover, it's double tap immediately? I honestly don't see the difference. Jump. I feel like those are almost exactly the same. So what was I doing wrong before that it wasn't working? Cool. Okay, hold on. So, double jump. Okay. Jump. Are those two different jumps that you're talking about? What was a bad jump? I guess maybe I just need to go back and watch the VOD to see what you're talking about. Data scraps are like vendor trash that you can sell or something. That guy's big. So have I like transitioned into an instance now where enemies aren't going to respawn indefinitely, or is that the way it always works when you're indoors, or what? I'm about to die. Their finisher animations are MTX. So at some point when I transitioned indoors, this became a solo dungeon. So it's all phasing, basically. Lost sector is on, okay. Oh, that's cool. So they're little kamikaze drones, basically. You'll see them phase out on your screen. Okay. So they're just instant explosion, sure. Looks like those damage everything around them too. Let me see the little tunnel hobo drawing thing, circle with an inverted U. It tells you where you're headed into one. Okay. Yeah, it's like they give you so much regular ammo. I guess ammo exists for special ammo for like raids and boss fights and stuff. But you're never expected to actually run out of normal ammo ever. Those are not exploding barrels. Okay. They're intended to be tankier. Still trying to figure out what you guys are saying about jumping wrong. Have I jumped wrong since you first mentioned it? You can stand and face tank instead of having to constantly jump away, I guess. That works. Cupbearer, Cosmodrome schematic. Oh, that's pretty neat. Oh, so this is a third kind of weapon. So there's a Y and hold Y, I guess. Momentum based, jumping with rocket boosters. Hunters do a standard double jump. Like, that's a wrong jump, I guess is what you're saying. I don't think that was keeping me from getting into this place earlier, though. So this uses purple ammo, which is rarer, I guess? Okay. So the ammo game in this is all about, like, just balancing encounters so that you can't use your strongest stuff constantly. You gotta kill some weak enemies to get ammo drops. I guess you could have like a multiplayer thing where characters can spawn ammo for others. Just wants me to go fast travel back. Okay. So I can't fast travel when I'm in an instance.
Scope was 3mm off alignment.
Shaw, I
According
did
to
your
that schematic
quest.
you found, the power grid here is linked to a dormant comms array. That array should be pulling plenty of juice from the grid, but it's offline. If we spin it up, it might stop the overload and get us to the superconductor. Trick is, we need to be at 2 places at once to reboot. The array itself and the power station. To top it off, Navota is still out there, so you need to watch yourself. I'm not losing any more Guardians
The
today.
wizard that killed the Guardian with the busted up ghost. Night Watch. Acquired your first legendary weapon. Press hamburger to open your inventory. Oh, interesting.
Right.
Now with a bang, leave nothing behind. Public events.
Affirmative.
Dynamic events, I guess, or fates. Grow your arsenal. Legendary
Golden Age
weapons are more
tech is lost or
powerful.
broken, but you exos keep on ticking.
Okay, now I can equip mods. Has one by default, it looks like. Which just increases its power directly. Okay, so let me see if I understand this correctly. This being the only legendary item I've seen, do these weapons just draw on a set of possible perks that exist in the game? And every scout rifle that
Happy to do
has
a
explosive
tune-up on that
payload,
weapon of yours.
overflow, extended mag, and corkscrew rifling is a Night Watch, basically. But that you could have like 2 of these swapped out and that would be a different weapon. Intrinsic traits, lightweight frame.
Keep that sight calibrated. Got tools if you need them.
Oh, the perks themselves are random. Has a pool of perks only available to Night Watch. Okay, so more like affixes on a weapon in Diablo. So these are the main things that randomly get
Warlocks
assigned
wield
rather
the
than
light in
stats.
amazing ways,
Okay, I think
I
I
still
get
put
it.
my trust in steel first.
Intrinsic is something that it always has.
Lots of data to be recovered out in those structures.
All right, well, that's cool. Things true for every night watch of the stats of the bottom, right? Okay. That's a pretty different gun. I dig it. Neat. This is the limit for fall damage. Got it. Good to know. Yeah, I think I intuited. I was really confused when we were talking about potentially doing the jumping rungs. I think I intuited what you were talking about. I don't think that's why I was having trouble climbing up that area earlier. So, no change, basically. Just don't press it after your jump apex or you waste it, effectively. Much better than that pistol I had earlier. This game is still fun. I'm still liking it a lot. It makes me sad that it... I don't know if this is a consequence of them patching it constantly and removing things, but I'm invested in the story, and it seems to just kind of like be, okay, do quests. Okay, do quests. Go, go, go. And it's like, but why am I here? Who are these people? You know? So maybe that was in the game at some point? And they've patched it out over time as it's focused more on repeating and making new characters and stuff.
Out here, but not while the systems are in lockdown.
Because that's definitely the kind of stuff that would be annoying if you were playing it multiple times. This is a much better gun.
This is a Golden Age facility, lost during the collapse hundreds of years ago. It's amazing parts of it are still functioning.
Wait, didn't I already do this dungeon? Wasn't this like the first level? I guess they gotta get multiple story missions out of each map, right? Interesting.
If Shaw's right, activating the array should stop this arc energy from overloading.
Destiny content reuse.
But they'll be on the move soon enough. The Fallen are territorial, more concerned with survival than war. But the Hive live for conflict. In their minds, all things have to earn the right to exist through victory in combat.
Am I supposed to be imagining that this is like a different facility and it just happens to share the same map? But that from the story's perspective, if they had unlimited resources, there would be a separate map for it? That's interesting. I usually prefer authored content to procedurally generated content, but it seems like this explains why Diablo levels are randomly generated, right? It's not that big of a deal if you go into the Tristan Cathedral and the layout is slightly different every time. What's up, big boy? They're just sending me back in here. Okay. I guess I was confused that the ghost was giving me different lore about it. Hack.
We're blocked. The power fluctuations caused a lockdown.
Yeah, all right. I'm on it. Sit tight.
Hive, incoming.
Stay in one piece. I'll have you out soon.
Survive. Whoops. Okay, there is friendly fire. Got it. Good to know. And in an area like this, the death penalty is just you have to wait 4 seconds. That becomes more significant when you're doing like group content or raid content or the like. Oh, you can't kill other players. That's good. Oh, those guys explode. It's fun. So hold on, let me look at quests really quick. Am I actually pausing when I'm in here? Nope. It's like it shouldn't be because it's online, right? But I was wondering if it was like you're the only person in the instance, if it would let you pause. Oh, if you're shooting something, they can run in front of you, it'll blow up on them, and then that will damage you. Interesting.
Got it. Door's been power cycled.
Hooray.
Spicy on my end.
Do you need backup?
I can take the heat, but I'm
Claim.
pinned down.
So this is primarily giving me spin metal leaves, right? What's happening to the XP that it says I should be gaining? And what can I do to gain that? Because that's giving me anxiety right now. I guess it doesn't matter then?
I need to make a splash. Cause some mischief. Get the brood to clear out of here.
Is it
Kind of mischief.
remembering
How about the loud
until
guy?
I buy the season pass?
Hive are
Or
drawing
is it just
power from that
forfeit?
ritual.
Because I didn't have the season pass when I obtained it. Season's over on Tuesday. What the fuck? This seems like a weird set of systems to try for a blind player who's like, I want to try out Destiny, to just grok naturally through normal play, you know? Purging the Shadow Rift. It's tomorrow. So today would be the worst day to buy it. Now I'm blowing up crystals.
All right now.
Kami was saying
Whatever
next
you think is
Tuesday,
turning
Bruce.
heads,
That
keep
was
it
the
up.
point of confusion.
Hive contacts increasing.
Defeat a Revenant Knight. Okay. Ogre. So, did the original release of the game also kind of gate all of the story content behind like codexes and data logs? Or is that like a Destiny 2, oh my god, let's get to the gameplay thing? Go Relic.
That got a response.
Oh, now I'm a 3D person? What? Hey, well I got my wish of being able to see what jumping looks like. Like a temporary environmental weapon that goes away after a while. Oh, I see. There's a limit at the bottom that shows how long I can use it. That's kind of neat, though. I like that. It was on a website originally? Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. Why did they even bother putting that much work into developing it if they weren't going to put it in the game proper? Holy crap. That's nuts.
Clear. Get out of there before you're overrun.
I guess that informs me of their priorities all along, though. That wasn't something I had in my mental model of what Destiny was like. I didn't realize that it was all about the mechanics and this cool stuff you hear about the moon and the Traveler and Mars and Earth and wizards and orcs or and ogres and stuff. Don't care. Don't worry about it. They don't really care enough to make you care. Just look at this enemy called an ogre and be like, whoa, that's cool. It's with a space ogre. That's so strange, though. I don't know.
Shaw, whatever you're doing is working.
Yeah, well, I'm still stuck in the subsystems. They aren't pulling enough juice. Get to the control room and reboot the main dish.
This game's about killing Doug. This is like the best possible early legendary they could give me. Plenty of ammo, big enough clip, has a good scope. This whole game feels like when they added adventure mode to Diablo 3, where you have to play through the story once, and then after the story's done, then you have adventure mode where like you can just fight all the bosses at once. Any story cutscenes that are still there are abbreviated and skippable. But it's like it's just having adventure mode and not having a story mode to start with, which is surprising to
You'll need
me.
to negotiate between crypto systems and verify the security lattice.
Done. Breach layer restored. Master array launch queued.
All right then. Rerouting power your way.
Thanks, Nolan North. It's like the adventure mode summary game of a story mode that doesn't actually exist.
It's operational.
Defend the controller.
Shaw, what did... Detecting a large hive swarm incoming.
Okay.
The array signal is too powerful. It's drowning our comms. We're on our own. Hive tomb ships.
Half the Firefly classes? VAs? No shit. So I got a thing called collating. I don't know what that is. I definitely respect adventure mode. Like, I think it's one of the most important things that they added to Diablo 3. Before it was in there, trying to play back through that game was so annoying. To keep playing through all the acts and doing all the story cutscenes over and over and doing the quests in the same order. But I think also the fact that Diablo 3 requires you to play through story mode before you unlock it seems correct. And not that Diablo 3's story is particularly good, it's actually quite bad. And I can respect the hustle of a adventure mode only game, but I think it creates this weird dissonance for me because, like, clearly they spent somebody at Bungie spent a lot of time coming up with the lore and background, and I bet that they're very sad that that lore and background isn't really in the game, at least not in the core loop anywhere. So I feel bad for them. How do they handle like skill gap and aiming and raid encounters in this? Like, if you're not a very good shooter player, are there just weapons for you that are less dependent on aiming, or are the enemies so huge that it doesn't really matter? Or are they tuned in such a way that aiming might give you a little bit of an advantage, but stats and proper attention to mechanics are what really matter in the end? Some writer at Bungie's home tabletop RPG in this Destiny setting is amazing. Exactly, yeah.
Do you read? You still with me?
Oh, they actually expect you to aim. Interesting. Okay.
I shouldn't have put you in that position.
I was wondering if they tried to develop it around
We're all right, Shaw.
being good
Behind
at
our
shooting
retreat.
games just being a plus and not an expectation.
Looks like it. Levels are dropping across the grid. Just need to unlock the chamber now and we can finish this. Get back to camp before Novota makes another appearance.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I'm losing shield. I'll have to check next time. Cold boot. Mission end in 5 seconds. So it's just going to boot me out of the map. Okay. Solve a puzzle while fighting moves to get the boss to a damage phase. That sounds cool. I like that concept. I'm excited to see some of that content in this. Yeah, that sounds fine to me. Be nice to have a reason to get good at shooting games. Usually the shooting games I play, it's like, let me just be competent enough to get to the credits, you know? Scaling competence doesn't give me any kind of new brain chemicals. It was like, oh, you're not going to be able to beat this raid until you get good.
Sorry to do this to you, but I'm headed for the superconductor, and I'm running this part solo. We've had enough Guardians die today. The city needs new blood like you. Gotta keep you safe. Before you think about doing something reckless, there's only one access key for that chamber, and I've got it on me. If I make it out, I look forward to working with you again. If not, I left you a sparrow. Take it, get out of here. Get to the last city. Shahan, over and out.
Summon vehicle. That's pretty neat. These things can't jump, right? I keep wanting to press the jump button to launch over terrain. Okay. Causes slight bullet curve towards headshots. That's an interesting way to try to balance that between mouse, keyboard, and controller. It seems like in order to be included in difficult raids, they would basically demand that you play mouse, keyboard then. Which I could always switch to. I don't really care. This game is... it's an enigma to me. Like, I'm trying to think if I've played another game like it that seems like it's so polished and has so much awesome content and has such a cool core gameplay loop, but is like, the beginning of it is impenetrable to a new player by design? I don't know. It's not like a, you have to read the wiki to understand what's going on. And I can't tell if it's like, well, the game's been out for 6 years and this is just the result of them iterating on it for so long, you know? That there was at one point a new player experience that was built around organically introducing a new player to understanding how the hell Destiny works, right? Even just walking around the map really, like, oh, I guess there are players here? I'm like, oh, I guess I'm in an instance now, right? Like, oh, I guess there's no death penalty. I mean, I feel like this is kind of a consequence of iteration in an action RPG. When you've got a looter game that's all about grinding and repeating content in order to get your levels up and your gear up and that kind of a thing, like, I think your design goals end up focusing around the end game over time. You're less and less focused with the new player experience because most of your players have several hundred hours under their belt. It's not necessarily a bad thing. I'm more than willing to play a game that I need to ask chat to explain what the fuck is going on in, or I need to look up a wiki to understand what gear does, you know? The original campaign did a decent job. It's fine. I'm not like turned off or angry or anything. I'm just like, wow, why is this like famous AAA free-to-play game, which you'd think, given that it's free-to-play, they would really focus on new player experience, you know? Why does it just kind of just throw you into it so much? It's unusual for a game released in the last couple decades. I guess I had a friend have me check out Warframe. Like, I watched them play a little bit of it, the beginning of it. That also kind of had that feeling of shit's just kind of happening, roll with it, you know? Warframe seems like it's in the same genre as this. You guys don't get to slide around, only I may do that. Give me 1 second. Above your weapons on the inventory screen, can you change the purple item? Voidwalker, subclass. Attunement of Chaos. Wait, there's abilities that I have access to that... Okay. Give me a second to get somewhere where I'm not getting shot, I guess. Yeah, I guess I wish this wasn't free to play. I mean, it sounds like it effectively isn't. Like, you pretty much have to buy the season pass and the expansion content and stuff. So I feel like when games are free to play like that, it drags the rest of the content down. Just charge me $60. I'm happy to pay it. You know, if you want to get most of your money from expansions, then just put the main game on sale occasionally.
I can't reach Shaw on comms. If Navota gets to him first, we need to find another key and access that chamber, fast. There's some old caches nearby. Let's start there.
I've only seen like an hour of Warframe gameplay, so I don't know how similar it is.
No key, but I'm detecting residual particles consistent with cache alloys. There were more chests here once. They must have been stolen by Fallen or Hive. There's a particle trail leading to a nearby cave. Sending coordinates now.
Armor. Equip a new piece of armor. First, place your cursor over your chest inventory slot. Select the piece you want to equip and press A. This is the... Okay. Oh, wow. So they're teaching me about equipping armor and it increasing my power level in this mission, even though all of that existed in prior missions. Okay. Weird. I can change what my stuff does. So what determined this? Was this just... It just gets set to these at character creation? Heals, increases weapon damage. Wait, why does it say upgrade? Does it mean switch? Change? I don't see any currency on here that I have to spend to use any of these. Let's do the I'm bad at aiming one. Strafe, glide, blink, burst glide. Void ability kills, cause enemies to explode. These things are all just true? You used to use XP to unlock stuff. Yeah, this definitely has iteration sickness all over it, right? Like, you have to require the player to unlock it so that they're not overwhelmed with options at the start of the game, but at one point they're like, yeah, we'll just remove the XP component. Teleport kind of sucks, actually. Is it just trying to teleport me to my cursor? The clusters on the right are subclasses. Oh, weird. Okay. Overcharge your grenade, making it deadlier more effective. Atomic breach. Void kills grant health and melee grenade and class ability energy. Nova warp. Feed the void. Kills with the melee ability. Generate your health. So I'll try this one.
Shahan to field. We got Fallen inbound with some walkers. Go spice it up.
Upgrade is left over from the original Destiny 2 where you had to farm for points to upgrade abilities. Was it the kind of thing where you upgraded, you got all your abilities pretty early or something, and it became irrelevant in the end game? So they just simplified it? Simplified it by letting you just switch between them? That's so strange. Right. Oh, everything goes on cooldown when I switch things. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Yeah. It's interesting. Can't say I've ever seen anything like it. Those are focused around mods and augmenting abilities with exotics instead of around the skills that you select. I guess that makes sense. I've talked about, as I'll call it, iteration sickness before for other games, where it's like you keep iterating on your game and patching it and changing things, and each step in the process makes perfect sense from where things previously were, but you can often end up with a final product that's like very different from where you started, and you have things in place that don't make sense anymore, right? And it's kind of hard to just go back and like start over. There's that example from Trails of Cold Steel recently where they realized that they were giving you this resource at the end of battle, elemental sepith drops, these little crystals, and you could either sell the crystals for money, or you could use those crystals to buy elemental spells and stuff. And they were like, well, this is kind of a bad experience because we don't want players to have to make that choice. How about instead of doing that, we give you a neutral crystal that is only useful for selling. So you'll get like 5 fire crystals and 5 neutral vendor trash crystals. But it kind of raises the question, like, why is that even in the game anymore? Like, at this point, doesn't it just make more sense to just have them drop money directly? 1075. So you're saying if light goes up, it's usually fine. Eye level is more important than stats, probably until later in the game. It's an interesting, I guess, flaw or trap you thrown into game design, because like I said, every step you made along the way made perfect sense. You didn't do anything wrong. But when you go back and you show it to a new person, and like, what? Why is this here? Why does it work this way? That seems really weird to me. And you're like, oh, well, first it was this, and then it was this, and then it was that. That's definitely happened in World of Warcraft a lot of times, and just in MMOs in general. What's my new middle ability? I think I didn't... Is that just my melee punch? Okay. Yes. Those are always bound to the same buttons, the 3 abilities in the bottom left. Okay, I'll give it a shot next time I get to a big group. Did one drop and I just not pick it up earlier? Following my quest marker, hold on. I believe this is going to take me out of the dungeon, isn't it? I'm just going to respawn. What?
No key, but I'm detecting residual particles consistent with cache alloys.
Okay.
There were more chests here once. They must have been stolen by Fallen or Hive. There's a particle trail leading to a nearby cave. Sending coordinates now.
Did it like switch quests while I was in the middle of that area?
If Navota gets to him first. We need to find another key and access that chamber. Fast. There's some old caches nearby. Let's start there.
How about this one?
Still no key.
Yeah, energy
I
weapon,
2
though.
other particle trails on my tracker.
Can you not though?
Check your weapons. I'm reading a cluster of Hive bioenergetics.
Try it in a second. Oh. That's kind of cool. So it puts me into like a mode where I can cast things a bunch. That's pretty neat. That was one of the clusters that I signed on to. Interesting. I do like how different the guns feel. That's pretty cool. Do all of the different abilities have use cases in the game? It seems like you can just swap them at will, so there's no, like, commitment to any of it, right?
Ah, there's some encryption code on this data pad.
You just use certain ones for different raids or something?
If we find more, I could fake the authorization and act as a key myself. Careful. I'm detecting a high density of fallen weapon signatures nearby. There's still one more cache on the tracker.
I'm just gonna switch back to what I was on before, so I was getting used to it. I do like the new grenade, though. Yeah, I guess making respecking trivial is always an interesting choice. Another temporary environmental weapon. I do like this. I imagine there's a lot of cool design space to build fun boss encounters with that. Are they doable solo because all damage is avoidable? Or are they doable solo through, like, cheese and shenanigans? I assume that there are encounters that literally require multiple players standing on platforms, that kind of a thing.
Got it. This has enough code fragments for me to generate a new authorization. I need to boost my signal rate through the register, though. I'm reading a concentration of energy in the moth yards. Might be what we need.
Okay.
I've marked your tracker.
Yeah, I assume some of them are just not soloable based on whatever the mechanics are. So what's my incentive to kill things? Glimmer, I guess? Since there's no seasonal XP. Do they sometimes drop loot boxes? Bounties and quests, I guess? I would never just play a video game just because it's fun. You gotta give me some kind of Skinner box brain chemical reward. Are you kidding me? Who does things because they enjoy them organically? If you don't have a specific bounty or quest to kill something, there's no particular reason to go after it. Yeah, I feel like I killed a captain enemy earlier and it dropped a chest that had a gun in it. Is that not a thing that happens frequently or something? No, I didn't realize that was better. I kind of want to just tell the game, always equip whatever the highest eye level thing is. What's the whisper? What's this sudden arrow that's pointing over at Monkey Squat? Oh, sorry. Wherever that task icon was, it's gone now. Weird. I thought maybe it was an event or something. What is it doing? Gear you get in the world isn't worth it compared to other sources, sure. So is that the white diamond that I was headed to on the minimap the whole time? I've been seeing other weird reticles like this blue one back here. I've been following this white one. I got turned around because I saw a new reticle pop up and like, oh, was it like a dynamic event or something? Yeah, that's on the minimap the whole time. I've been following that. But while I was running this way, some other thing popped up near that other player earlier. I wasn't sure what it was.
Full of ionized superconductor energy. It must have dispersed when we activated the array. I can use this.
So that's
to
like a
amplify
dynamic
my
event,
signal.
fates type
Let's
thing.
collect the charges. I still can't reach Shaw.
We need to hurry.
Okay, I see the icon now. Thanks. So maybe I saw one when an event was like starting and then it got finished or failed before I was able to get to it, maybe? Join public event. Okay. And this is just like a Guild Wars dynamic event or Fate in Final Fantasy 14. You have to contribute a certain amount to get rewards. Structure-wise, I'm kind of surprised at how this game is laid out, so... I think I was expecting like a hub map with merchants and stuff, and then some way to like queue up for instance content. But it seems like it's more like a series of public areas and a series of instance areas that you seamlessly integrate between. You kill all three, it turns heroic. So just a higher difficulty. Band of Forgotten Wars. So that didn't drop from an enemy? Yeah, a new weapon. Another thing on here that tells me if something is new, right? Hey, thanks Isla. Appreciate that. Flashing if it's new. So when do I have access to the Swallow vehicle? Is it just all the time I can activate it, or is it only in certain maps, not indoors, kind of a thing? Oh, here. Now it's saying several movement mode options. Open your inventory. Place your cursor over your subclass. Press Y to inspect it. Select the different moves. Yeah, so if you played this game since launch, how do you go about seeing new quest stuff that replace the old stuff? Do you just have to make a new character, basically? It seems like there's not a lot of reasons to have multiple characters other than to try the 3 classes out, maybe? But, like, once you have one of each class, no real reason to make more. Since respecking is trivial and free. Inventory share. Environments in this game are super pretty. I wish I knew what was going on. They said something about this being in Russia, right? So loot primarily comes from completing tasks, quests, doing dungeons, doing
Here we go.
raids,
Starting recursive analysis.
constructed content. You generally don't get it from killing
Thread
things.
complete. I am now authorized. Let's hurry.
You kill things if it's in your way, or if you have to because that's the quest objective. But if you're in the open world, unless if there's like a bounty that you're trying to complete, there's not really any point to fighting stuff. After several hundred years of golden age, and they're not close. Okay. We here again for the 3rd quest. It's kind of audacious, to be honest. It's a trap, I guess? Temporary bad juju? Oh, okay. Gotta shoot it. Story campaign is still in the game, or the Forsaken expansion and later ones. What am I accessing? Oh, it let me access from here.
This place is brimming with hive magic. That explains why transmats were blocked.
See, if they're using the same map, but now they're putting like traps and stuff in it and changing the enemy types, I wonder if they are doing a thing where you're meant to like imagine that you're going to a different location, but they're just kind of using this map again. That's a familiar layout. Oh, this is that lady, the wizard that killed the other guy. So this way of formatting your dungeons is actually very similar to City of Heroes. It's kind of similar. Hey, sir. Yeah, so what causes Super to charge? Is it just taking damage, walking around, it's just charging constantly?
The boat is gone. Wherever she went, I can't detect her anymore. But I've got a lock on Shaw's ghost. Let me help him. Shaw, are you all right?
What? What are you doing
The
here?
ghost respawned him.
We couldn't let you do this alone.
Navota?
She's still alive. Somewhere. We did enough to force her to retreat.
You fought her off? All right then. I'm sorry I left you behind. After Cass and Maeve, I was just afraid to lose anyone else.
So were we. That's why we followed you.
Nobody likes to be sidelined. I'm glad you were here. I owe you. The prize is yours.
Just regenerate faster.
Superconductor is over there. Grab it and meet back at camp.
That's cool.
For real this time.
I can feel the arc light coursing through this. No wonder the Vanguard want to make a weapon with it. Let's head back to camp and then the last city. Home.
Oh, I thought you were talking about something in the game, sir. Yeah, it's something that just Twitch turns on if you stream to the Destiny 2 category. Yo.
Watch yourself. Hey.
So I have things to say
Thanks for the
about
assist. Again.
City Heroes. I'll bring it up here in a second, because this
Wish you
game's
stumbled in a bit
constructed in
earlier.
a similar way.
Might have gone differently. Maybe Cass and Maeve. I'm just glad the light chose you. I've got new orders to stick around and scout Navota's brood. Maybe I'll find some other new lights to shepherd along. As for you, it's time you meet Commander Zavala. He leads Guardian Ops from the last city. I've told him you'll be arriving soon with a superconductor, so take care of that thing. No dents or scratches. Zavala's a great leader and a good person. Learn from him. And don't be a stranger. Guardians are stronger together, right?
Fire ship. Arcadia-class jump ship. Missions complete. Zawala's given him new orders to keep an eye on Hive and Fallen activity in the Cosmodrome. Bring up the destination map. Enter the director screen. Or over the tower node and press A. Okay. Interesting. Guardian has a class ability. Ships are loading screens. Is that like an MTX thing then?
The last survivors of humanity's collapse call
Hey,
the city
lore.
home.
Hype. Can I find out more about the collapse?
This is why I brought you back. To defend them. And to reclaim our lost worlds. We're here. The Traveler. The last city. Welcome home.
Only if you buy the Legacy of the Collapse DLC.
Welcome to the Tower, and the last safe city of
Oh,
humanity.
it's all third person, so you can see your
I've been
character
here
here.
many times over the years. I'm glad you finally get to see it, to see why we're here and what we need to protect.
Oh, this must be the
Let's
player
start by
hub I was thinking was going to be in the
registering
game. My name is Biff on YouTube. Be Shaw's pal. Told me you were coming, so to take it easy on you. We're in the hangar here. Take care of your bird. Zavala is expecting you in the courtyard. Oh, no, I'm turning in a quest from earlier? Or she's just giving me multiple quests? Okay.
Nice, isn't it? It's good to have somewhere that feels like home. For me, this is it. Okay, next up is tower security. We've had an increase in Guardians sneaking in contraband since a fellow called the Drifter arrived. So Vanguard Command instituted
I like the
a
proper
check
nouns, I just wish I knew what they were. The Drifter. The Tower. That shit's great.
Looks like the superconductor's golden age tech triggered some warnings. I'm clearing it with security.
Is it a
Commander
loading
Zavala would
screen
like to meet you
ghost?
in person. I'll lead you to him. Zavala leads the entire Vanguard, the group that supports all Guardian operations. Lately, he's spent more time
Decontamination in
commanding
progress.
troops and fighting on the front lines. But he placed some of the first stones in the wall we're standing on.
Okay, that's cool.
Zavala thinks every life in the city is his
It
responsibility.
was a you have to hear the
Even a
dialogue.
Guardian has trouble bearing that kind of weight. He's going to need your help.
Whoa.
Up
The
there in
vistas in
sky,
this game are great.
That's the Traveler. It's where I came from, where the light you wield came from.
Very neat. Are there transmogs in this game?
Ah, it's you. The one that saved Shaw. Thank you for that.
Is that Lance Reddick?
Your ghost has been looking for you for a long time. I'm glad he finally found you. And now you found the light. The Traveler entrusted us with this power so that we may protect our people from the forces that threaten our existence.
My man.
You've carried out that duty from your first steps in the Cosmodrome.
I hope he keeps being
I
a
don't
video
take
game
Shaw's
voice actor. I love his
recommendation
voice.
But you have much to learn.
Quantum Break, Horizon Zero Dawn.
Conflict with the darkness is unyielding. We will analyze the superconductor you recovered. In the meanwhile, I've left you something in my office. Use it well.
Awkward pause. Okay. Continue meeting the residents of the tower. There's a gift waiting for you in his office.
Be brave.
Zavala doesn't usually talk that much. You should take that as a compliment. I've marked his office on your tracker. Careful not to break anything in there, and don't touch his music.
Sorry, I feel like the game is apologizing for having 3 lines of dialogue. Like, I feel so bad for the writers. They're like in contention with the dev team or something. It's crazy. At least I didn't die there. Couldn't afford too much of Lance Reddick's dialogue. Don't get used to it. This part feels more like what I would expect for the beginning
This
of the
is a
game.
Vanguard service
Listen.
weapon, but it's from Zavala's personal collection. Shaw must have talked you up quite a bit. Or maybe Zavala saw something in you. Where to next? Oh, you should head to the bazaar. That's where we'll find Ikora. She likes to meet all the new warlocks personally.
Okie dokie. Are the guns oriented in such a way that certain brands of gun can remain useful in the end game, or you just have to get versions of it with better stats or better attachments, or I guess a better eye level?
Ikora Ray is the Warlock Vanguard.
Or
She
there are
leads the
early
Tower's
game
warlocks, like Zavala leads the Titans.
uniques that you'll never see again.
She does a little bit of everything, guiding the Warlock orders in research and development, enemy reconnaissance, and internal affairs. And she's a sight to see in the Crucible.
God rolls are the ideal affixes, sure. I'm used to that with other action RPGs.
Yes, Guardian.
Tower shell.
Always nice to see Ikora. While we're over here, we should check in with the Drifter. You may be wondering who leads the Hunters.
Gina Torres.
See, we lost Cade 6, our Hunter Vanguard, a while back. Killed by a man named Uldren Sov. It was a difficult time. Now no Hunter wants to take his place.
This part, if the game opened with this, I would understand, but it's also the tradition of the early 2010s games where it's like, oh my god, we have to throw you right into the action. You can't run around in a town for 20 minutes. And I get that, like, Final Fantasy XIV still frustrates me that you run around in a town for 20 minutes before you get to play the game. But I feel like they could tighten the opening sequence a bit. I don't think it needs to have any multiplayer, and I definitely don't think it needs to introduce you to all these kinds of quests before you come here, you know? Like, and that's probably the result of iteration. It's that the opening isn't the same one that it was in Destiny 1 or even when Destiny 2 first launched. So it works perfectly fine if you're ruling a new character and you played it before.
Hey, look alive, hotshot.
I feel like they showed me too much content in the opening. They could have just made it like a quick mission to show you that there are guns and that there's loot and abilities and stuff. Okay, you could use a friend, Drifter says with a smirk. Back from the grave with almighty powers. So in the lore of this game, if you're a human character, did you literally die and get resurrected? Like, what is keeping your body moving? Doesn't make sense as a robot if they're just reactivating you or something. Sword, rest for the wicked. Oh, that's kind of cool.
Brother, go get some.
See, the thing about Drifter is, he's unique. Let's leave it at that.
I've had many crews. One in the Dark Age, one in the City Age. Hell, I got one now. It's never the same.
Nathan Pillion. That's an interesting choice, though, to have the universe evolve with the direction of the story instead of having this weird... Because I guess every MMO has to deal with that problem. Final Fantasy XIV deals with it by having a main story that you have to progress through, where you're kind of moving in a straight arrow forward through time. And it has the downside that you can't visit endgame areas until you've done everything in the main story to reach them. WoW is a fucking nightmare hellscape where you'll keep jumping forward and backwards in time, or you'll be in Orgrimmar and there'll be 3 war chiefs because you haven't done the expansion content yet. I guess it keeps all of that content available to do, but it also means that nothing makes any sense ever. So this game, I guess, has gone with the, we're not going to do a main story quest that you have to play through. If a character dies in the story, they're just gone.
In charge of live fire drills and general combat training for Guardians. It all happens in the Crucible, where Shaxx oversees battles of light versus light.
Shaxx.
Time to fight, Guardian. What do you need?
He didn't say enough for me to be able to guess. Shahan Savior arrives. You may survive the Cosmodrome, but your steel is not yet tempered. Ready for a real test? Join your fellow Guardians in the Crucible. Crucible is like PvP zone. Unlock the Triumph's game system. What? 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 I mean, it would be cool if everything else was gated this way. Like, I would have preferred it if, like, subclasses and, like, extra weapon slots and stuff were gated with an NPC quest that's like, press this to unlock the ability to have an energy weapon, you know? Legacy triumphs and your legacy triumph score. Legacy triumphs are things that you can't do anymore. Legacy seals can no longer be earned. Oh, yikes. Yeah. No me gusta. I hope if it's in their vault that they find some way to include it in the future.
When he's not yelling, he plays dodgeball with the children of the city. He, yells during that, too.
He didn't yell when I talked to
Zavala's
him.
asking us to visit the gunsmith next. His name is Banshee44, our resident firearms expert.
Bert, let's get you back out there.
Guardian rises. Stay safe. Grenade launcher. Interesting. So it's a green ammo grenade launcher.
Last stop is Master Rahul, the Tower Cryptarch. That's short for crypto-archaeologist.
So you can have any kind of weapon in any of the slots. You could have like a kinetic sword, or a kinetic grenade launcher, or a special sniper, or whatever. It just determines like what kind of damage to expect from it.
I think I have something you will like. Let's find out. Let's see what we've got for each other.
Season system access. How many engrams you find? Oh, Jesus. Season ranks increase as you gain experience from any source. Achieving ranks and unlock a variety of rewards. Ranks reset at the end of each season. So that's almost like a Battle Royale Battle Pass. Are the rewards you get something you keep even after the season ends, like a Battle Pass? Yep, it's a Battle Pass. Ugh, okay. Season Pass active. Really? God, I hope I didn't pay for that. I hope I didn't buy the game yesterday, so I got the season that ends in 17 hours, and then I have to pay for the next one. Oof. Glad the XP's not forfeit, though. Then you get far enough along the Battle Pass, and you unlock the Battle Pass for the next season without having to pay for it or something. I bought the Legendary Edition, that was it. Nothing else special. I worry that buying the Legendary Edition came with one season of gameplay, which is 17 hours of gameplay.
But you can do that at your own pace. Zavala sent me a message saying he has a mission ready for you. Check in with him if that sounds interesting, or we can just explore. In any case, I'm with you till the end. You take the lead.
Duality shotgun. Well, this feels cheesy. I hope that the items that I find scale with my existing eye level, and I'm not just like way stronger now for the next couple hours of gameplay. Check the perks. So the exotics have fixed perks then? Fire pelter and hip fire for single item slug when aiming. Oh, that's cool. So I can basically dust my other guns to put stuff on these. Because I bought the Legendary Edition, I paid for the game, and I always have access to the Season Pass, as I think what Mordecai is saying. Okay.
I am at your service.
People are invaluable resources. Vote is responsible for the death of 2 fellow guardians. Cannot allow her to call any more from her ranks.
Back to the front, Guardian.
Yeah, I feel like something like a battle pass makes sense to me and works for me for like a PvP game, like a battle royale, like Fortnite or an Apex Legends, but it feels weird for a primarily cooperative like looter game. I hope that's not indicative of the direction that these kinds of games are going to go in the future. Isn't Warframe also free to play? Strikes are dangerous missions meant to be tackled by teams of guardians. Open the director by pressing select. Fight for the Vanguard and strikes and nightfalls. Defeat the shamed Hive Wizard Novota in the Cosmodrome. Oh, okay. So it's like a typical MMO where the story is setting up a boss, and then we're going to fight the boss in a dungeon, basically. Strikes and keys of matchmaking your group with other guardians. Ready to begin matchmaking, select the launch button and press A. I guess I'll try it with randos for now. I'm curious how, like, not face rollable, but how effortless it is to do group content with randos. Something I kind of like about Final Fantasy XIV compared to WoW. WoW dungeons are structured in such a way that there's content that you're not intended to interface with. There's like mob packs that you're not supposed to fight. So it's difficult to just pug it. It's not very puggable because if you're the tank and you've never done it before, you don't know which enemies you're supposed to fight or not supposed to fight. And if you're not the tank and you get a newbie tank, they might make it unplayable by playing badly, right? So I kind of like that in something like Final Fantasy XIV, the group content is structured in such a way that it's sight-readable. You know, as long as the tank's not completely terrible and the healer's not completely terrible, you should be able to roll into any content and figure it out.
High broods value strength over all else. When you and Shaw forced Novota to flee, you weakened her position.
She'll be
Oh, the strikes in this area too?
That desperation makes her a threat in the Cosmodrome and beyond. This is a worthy challenge for you, Guardian.
Cass and Maeve gave their
I see,
final deaths
Walter.
fighting Novota. That can't be for nothing.
It won't be.
Respawning restricted. Beautiful.
Steady. I know how those nerves feel. Pack it away. Eyes down the sights.
Now, can my healing ability heal my allies too? Is that part of my job as a warlock? Does it automatically try to group me up with people that have similar gear to me, or is it just all scaling for each of us? We're all like level synced up, sidekicked up as it were. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about City of Heroes and how the layout of this game is similar. I mean, now's a good time to do that. So like, the way City of Heroes worked was the entire city, every door in every house and every building could technically open up into an instance, and the instances drew from a limited number of kinds of maps. Like there was an office building, there was a house map, there was a worn down office building and a worn down house, there was like an alien base, you know. And so you would use the same maps over and over and over, but they would always set the story differently each time. Like you'd have you might be in the familiar alien map, but the story is that a bunch of gangsters have taken over a derelict alien base, and so instead of it being full of alien enemies, it's full of gangsters. So it kind of had this like tabletop RPG imagination component to it, where you're kind of meant to imagine that, okay, it's an MMO, they don't have the budget to make a unique map for the 7,000 quests are in the game, so just imagine that you're going to a new location, you know? And they're trying to use the levels and the tools that they have to tell their story. So it seems like Destiny maybe isn't exactly the same, that in the story there is a reason why we're going back to this specific map. But we came to this map one time and it had all those little like alien eggs all over the place, the little traps. Let me try this exotic, I guess. Do we share ammo drops, or are they separate? And should I be saving supers for the boss? Okay, so I don't have to worry about picking up someone else's loot by mistake. Oh, I gotta revive them, shit. Or we can just die. Oops. Oh, and we checkpoint along the way. Interesting. Okay. So when you have to revert to a checkpoint like that, you just lose the time that you spent getting there. No other associated costs. I see, so you have to use their ghost to revive them, that's cool. Is there a limited number of revives you're allowed to do? Like spawning a temporary shield or something? I'm coming, friends! Limited amount of revives and raids. So is that immune to green ammo, or just immune to shots in general? Leroy something. Stop Leroy something. Triumph completed.
I'm reading dense hive signatures in a facility up ahead.
Devota is gathering the swarm.
We might be walking into a trap.
That's the gig. We carry the
Oh, you
light
gotta
when
shoot the
no one
eye to
else
do
can.
damage. Okay, gotcha. Aim to keep energy or heavy weapons to destroy shields. If you pop a shield, it hits nearby enemies. Okay. I love all these ability names. All the nouns in this game are awesome. Hammer of Soul, Orb of Power, Tower, Guardian. Warlock, Ogre, like, big fan. So what all counts as having shields then, I guess? You're talking about popping specific shields or shields on kinds of enemies? Chest. Wait, have we transitioned from being in a three-person strike to a party? Okay, so it looks like maybe the gear drops you get. Some of these have a bubble on them.
I burned out the rest of Devota's hiding spots. She's got nowhere to run.
A well-crafted snare.
Just doing my part. Your hands now, Guardian.
Loot maybe does roll based on your current average eye level. You don't have to worry about getting good gear that makes the rest of the loot boring for a while. I don't know how to get back to them. Is it through here? Doesn't seem right. Sorry, party members. I didn't realize that it would take us out of the instance. See you, Mordecai. Is there like a flashlight button? Dude, I have no idea where they are. Is there like another path I'm supposed to take to get to him? I feel really bad that I'm leaving it to them right now. What is the quest tracker supposed to show me? Yeah, I've been trying to run to the White Diamond the whole time. Because it's on my mini-map, right? That's the same thing that's on the radar in the top left corner. Maybe this is right. Sorry guys, I'm very sorry. I got lost.
Lando, Marstead looks a little bit lost.
We've got to give him more time.
So it says you get a spread if you hip fire and a single shot if you aim down sights. And this is the boss, right? She worked away again. buffs the single shot, basically. So you want to kill a bunch of... How long does the buff last from killing the regular enemies? Oh, okay, so it'd have to be if there's plenty of little baby enemies. So you want to use spread on the babies and then single target on the boss. Is there an on-screen indicator for the buff being active? I don't see one. That guy's pretty gnarly looking. What's the bar at the bottom of the screen? Is that like my personal contribution or something, so you can't leech? Or is that just tracking glimmer or something? Oh, that's XP now that XP is a thing. Okay. You said there's a different button for doing a heavy attack or something? Last Guardian standing, that's bad. Want that to be me. Explodey guys. Netcode in this game seems pretty good. I just had my first example of desync. At least it looked like that's what it was. That's the shield that we want to try to take out with green or purple damage. I have to wait for the reload though. Oh shit. Too many exploding enemies. Shit. That's smart. Whenever they want me to like press and hold a button, I always miss that. I guess they generally are going to want you to press and hold, it seems like. Flame symbol. Oh man. She just get all her health back? I guess that's because she's chasing her through the stage, which is unusual for other bosses, maybe. Health regenerates when you haven't taken damage for a few seconds, is that right? Shit. That was a mistake. We can totally kill each other in this stage by blowing up thralls on top of each other if we're not careful, right? I'm enjoying it. If this is what the strikes are like, then I'm excited to see more of these. I was worried that with all the talk about this being a live service game, that the existing non-current expansion content would all be like super face roll. That's what ends up happening in WoW. Do you realistically ever run out of normal, like, kinetic ammo? Doesn't seem like it. Right. It's just interesting that kinetic ammo isn't just infinite. If that's what the rule is supposed to be. It's like, here's a thing that you can do when you don't have any good guns. That attack sucks. Not a fan. Last Guardian standing again. Jesus. Might not be though. Shit. I'm trying to get away. I feel like once that happens, I'm in a bad spot. It's really hard to recover. This is a tough fight though. I'm enjoying it so far. Yeah, I'm not noticing when it's up. Probably could have used it there to save the day. I'm usually the last one dead, but I also don't notice when other people are going down. I assume they're just dying really quickly or something. Like they're shooting one of the exploding husks and it's killing both of them at the same time. Shit. Should have known better. Thank you. What are the orbs of power that I'm generating doing? I guess I could always, like, save this for when it says I'm the last person left alive. That's just a thing that Warlocks do with their super. The boss has phase changes at the different tick marks on the health bar, is that right? The super would do 30 to 50% of the boss HP. It's roughly fighter rogue mage, but not really. I have a heal, but it's not amazing and I can't use it all the time. Probably gonna save the next one. I do like a revival system. I like that it's so easy to revive that they can tune the fights around that. And you said there's limited revives in the raids. So is there an enemy that's putting like a shadow AoE on the ground? That must be what's killing me. I'm not seeing it when it shows up. I'm really impressed with this fight. Like, I'm glad we got to a strike, because this seems like this is what the game was about. Not the kind of janky open world stuff from earlier. Shit, last Guardian standing again. Get somewhere to hide. Don't res them. Shit, I was in the middle of resing, so they blew up. I thought they only blew up if you shot them. It's too bad. They're probably gonna quit at this point, right? I haven't left yet. Wizards do that poison cloud attack. Okay. I know this is like attempt number 5, but probably, yeah. It seems like it's tough to try to switch loadouts in the middle of the dungeon in this. I think I could, but not a lot of downtime, it seems like. Shit. Save us, friend! Oh, you get a respawn automatically if you're down for a certain amount of time, so if I just ran around instead of running to revive them, we may have been okay. I didn't realize that either, because I'm usually the last one to die. Okay, I'll keep that in mind for next time. Shit. So if I miss, it's just whiff. It's annoying. I think about this more as a cover shooter, even though it's first person. Cover seems pretty important to not dying. Now, does their automatic respawn timer go up the more times they die, or is it just kind of like a flat 30 seconds? If I just stay alive, they'll get up eventually. I shouldn't keep going to try to pick them up. She'll be back here in a second. One of them using their super on her right now? Is that what all that crap is? It's really satisfying. I like how visceral it is when you blow those guys up. Jesus. Well, that was the thing that happened. And that's the main way we're dying in here, is we're just getting a bunch of those exploding ones stacked on top of us. Oh, it doesn't... Oh, it still blows up when you do the little finisher. You said that finisher is new, that wasn't in the game originally? Kind of like Doom / Tomb Raider / Uncharted melee finisher attack. This is where switching to mouse and keyboard might be time. Shit, even with my super healing, I guess maybe they'll know to use my little aura there. Thank you for trying. Hooray! First try. That was hard.
Cass. Maeve. They can rest easier now. Thanks to
What
you.
an easy win!
I've done it without you, Shaw.
Maybe. Don't sell yourself short. I see a spark in you, Guardian. Make sure
Just
you
one
keep it
person
safe.
loots the box, we
Don't
all
let
get
it
to
get your
loot.
head, okay? This is only the beginning of your story.
Excellent work. Return to the tower.
Hooray! Sorry guys that I'm bad. pretty bad though when I ran into the group of exploding monsters and just got detonated while I was trying to res that guy. Now I've learned lessons though. That was fun. I enjoyed that. If that's what Destiny's about, are these multiplayer boss strikes where you like can't corpse rush things because if you die too many times it sets you back to a checkpoint, then that's pretty fun. Like I said, that lights my brain up. Oh, my stats at the end of the mission, I didn't see. Ooh. I've got like eye fatigue or something. My eyes are... I'm just moved to tears by the quality of this game's story. Turn to the tower. Spark of Hope. I think that was the guy that just kept dying and we had to keep pressing. Oh, you can menu while your ship is flying? Good. Appearance. Finishers. Emblems. Emotes. Jump ship. Can other players even see your jump ship? Precision is you killed them with a crit, basically. I kind of wish it just highlighted items that were a higher eye level. I mean, I guess maybe you don't gear that way later in the game, but for now that kind of seems like the way to do it.
Have you back?
Exemplary work. Strikes are an important component in our defense of humanity. Improving you for a full range of strike protocols. Always need more fire teams. So my reward is a quest. Okay. 50 combatants, 1 bounties. Defeat combatants with any strike playlist and complete a strike bounty. Wait, so the game... You're actually doing lots of... Is a strike playlist like a duty roulette? Or a dungeon finder? Okay. Precedent times... I want to read the text. Go away. Go... Oh. Pyramids could change everything. Oh, the rival of these pyramids could change everything. Protectors, warriors, symbols of hope for all humanity. Beyond light. Call of darkness on Europa answered. Whoa, and now I have a weird... Okay, so he provides... What? Complete the weekly challenge. What are all these special orders? Are they just like... Hive boss defeated. Seems like the thing you spend Glimmer on are these things, right? Defeat enemies with a bow. Random bounties. Defeat mini-bosses and bosses in a strike. Defeat multiple enemies at a time with your super.
Very good.
Defeat enemies with grenades. Hive combatants, hive boss. Is there any reason to not just take everything that I know that I can do?
Don't let it go to waste.
Are these like free from the Legendary Edition or something?
Requisition approved. Farewell.
Okay. That just changes what they look like. Okay.
Anna tells me you are making significant contributions.
Open director by holding back. Select Europa.
Back to the front, Guardian.
Seems like they want me to do this one, right?
People of the last city.
Hey, Lore.
Humanity has endured a devastating blow. Vanguard scouts have confirmed that Io, Mars, Titan, and Mercury have disappeared. We don't know why. We have lost contact with Deputy Commander Sloan and Jensen Scribe Ashamir. We are deploying Guardians to all corners of the system to find answers. And with those answers, we will form a plan. In the meantime, we ask that all lightless civilians remain within the safety of the city walls, under the protection of the Traveler. Do not lose hope. Humanity has survived many horrors. We have done so through the strength of our community, through steadfast commitment.
I'm playing the most recent content that's been added by selecting Europa.
Be brave. The Traveler protects us, and we will protect you. The Guardians will come through. They always do.
I think I'm less interested in going straight to the end game or the current content. Can I do older content first? I guess I could do like a mission here and then leave, if it lets me. There's no reason to do old content first. So the Destiny is a high-speed train barreling down the tracks, and they're just putting tracks in front of it and removing tracks from the back. It's a pretty good description of how this game is structured.
Brings them closer. My future does not begin here, but yours does. It's time to step beyond the light.
Is this like the trailer for this expansion?
And it all begins with a splinter.
This is all very cool, but I don't know what the fuck is going on. Which I guess is by design for Destiny / Bungie. It just occurred to me I have no idea why we're fighting any of the things we're fighting. Who is Doug?
Do you think the light will beat the darkness? No, I think the darkness will beat the light.
Jesus Christ. Seems pretty appropriate for this game.
My friends, we are all in great danger. Earth.
His voice is familiar.
Machine, Elixir, and the human. Darkness walks among us. We are all in great danger. My kind must survive. Please, send help.
Sounds like Tom Kenny doing a serious voice.
What? Where? Oh no. She's already here. Please, anyone.
I know what the word allied means. I know what the word fallen means. What are the fallen? They haven't really been set up at all so far. Are those Doug?
That's another one. They all scan the same. Empty.
Space
Why
zombie
did the
monsters.
darkness invite us here? You're quiet today.
Yeah. It's just, we keep coming face to face with darkness. And every time we fail to stop it, we're just so powerless.
Oh, it's D. Bradley Baker. Okay.
Someone's in trouble.
My friends, we are all in great danger.
It's Varix. He has a lot to answer for.
Darkness walks among us.
I'll send a message to let Zavala know.
No, wait. Where is the signal coming from?
Here.
Man, I went from being a newbie to being a super pro pretty quickly there. 3 hours and my character seems to know what he's doing.
I've tracked Varix's distress signal beyond the ridge.
Oh, that's a pretty cool looking map.
Hurry.
I'm sad at the idea.
So Varix
It's
traded
pretty
the
rad.
prison elders
I'm addicted to these kinds of like skyboxes and games.
Cade 6, I'd hide on a desolate moon myself.
So there's all this content with all of these unique maps, unique bosses, unique strikes, just really rad shit that's earlier in the game, and there's no reason to do any of it. Other than to see it, but even when you're seeing it, it's not giving you any statistical rewards, or is it even that there's no syncing, that it's all face roll? Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, that it's like Final Fantasy 14 does the main story quest thing where you have to do $200 or 200 hours of homework in order to be allowed to play the game with your friends. But at least it ensures that all that content is still there, you know, and that everyone's on the same page once you get to the end game. And then WoW, just all the content exists simultaneously, and it's insanely confusing what the fuck is going on. This one's just like, screw it. We're just gonna throw out everything that's not current. There are 2 subclasses around Mars. Riding the Storm, quest complete. Stoking the Flame, quest completion.
We're close to the
It's really
origin
pretty.
point of Varix's distress signal.
This looks great. Hey, it's a squiddy. Oh, wait, no, those are ships.
Those fallen patrols are right where we're going. The campsite. They must be after Varix too. Let's hurry.
So you're allowed to have 1 exotic gun among your 3 classes. So you could have an exotic kinetic weapon, but it's probably less damage overall than if you had like an exotic purple heavy weapon, I guess. Those are the shields you're talking about that you want to break with other damage types.
These fallen had an unfamiliar house symbol. Who are we dealing with?
Yeah, the game directed me to go straight here.
Someone's been staying here. There's traces of darkness energy.
And capital D darkness and capital L light both have very specific meanings.
It's Braytech, from Eventide, Clovis Bray's Golden Age colony here on Europa. Whoever was here was using it to track Varix too.
They must have intercepted the distress signal before we did. Okay, I've got the signal's true origin point now. It's not far. Let's hurry.
Well, new weapon. Oh, but it's purple. Sort of. The screen popped up and it was like, you know, go to the director, select this, and then on that screen, once it said, okay, now that you're on your way to Europa, you could choose to do this, or you could back out of this this screen and go and do another quest. And then I was like, which one should I do? And I'm dead. Pyramid's bad. So, I guess the only way to know what the fuck is going on in Destiny is to, like, watch old streams of Destiny 1, or to have played the game since 2014, right? And just played it every time there was a patch. Watch a 3-hour My Name is Biff video. That's so crazy. Well, I really hope they come up with some kind of, like, time-walking solution in the distant future. It feels like a huge shame that there's all this content in the game that's dead. Shit. New kinetic weapon. Is it better? Probably not better than the purple. I guess I can check the difference. This guy's 1076.
Barracks must have really done it this time. If we don't get to him first, someone else will. If it's not already too late.
So, okay, the most recent expansion or the current content has
darkness.
A few strikes and like a raid or two, is that right?
It's different somehow.
And when you're playing the current patch content, you're doing those strikes and the couple raids until the next patch, which invalidates whatever grinding you did. I take it, right? I guess you remember that you beat the story and you remember what happened without having to watch a lore video or something. It feels like watching a TV show back in like the 80s or the 90s that's not syndicated. You're just watching season 4. Like, you can't own the show. There are no DVDs. It's not out on VHS.
Not only a traitor, but a thief. Now where is it?
Safe from you, yes.
Search the buildings. Find it.
You can definitely see how they've changed their storytelling over time. This is a lot more story-focused than anything in the opening.
Old friend. These powers, they create chaos. They are changing you. This.
So the Fallen are
Cling to your machine god.
Goro people.
With this power, we make our own fate. Always playing pretend. Living in the past. I should have seen it. Make an example of him.
No, not Varix. He seems like a cool guy. That was actually a cool cutscene. I wish I knew I had any context for it. Fallen used to be blessed by the Traveler.
Baron should be just up ahead. There. That's where Varix's signal is coming from.
So they're bad because we have the Traveler now? That was cool. I wish I had context for it. What? Okay. More jealous and territorial than bad. It's too bad. Oh, this is my fun. Sorry, buddy.
Wait a second. I'm picking up more chatter on the Fallen's comms.
Have them surround the perimeter. The snake does not leave here alive. It will be done, Aramiskel.
Savior, hurry! You must free me.
Okay. Free frozen allies are shattering this. Oh, this is establishing a mechanic that might come up later in like raids and strikes and stuff. That's fun. I wish that I had done that for like 6 years of playing this game. Wait, that never comes up again? What?
Not so fast. We heard your message. Darkness walks among us. What do you mean?
Destiny is like internal screaming the game for me. I really, really, really like the core gameplay loop a lot. I would do strikes all day.
Inside, succeed, and Varix will reveal all.
Most video games, I honestly don't care about story a lot of the time because they usually don't spend a lot of time on it, or they spend too much time on it, right? So, like, the flaw of this game, as far as I can tell from my perspective, is that, like, it's too interesting, and it doesn't want to, like, help me engage with the stuff that I think is interesting. If these were all just, like, there was no dialogue, everyone was speaking, like, Simlish or something, and it was just these cool scenes disconnected from everything else, like, oh, there's, like, a floating moon or something.
That's the last one.
Success, Senor. Varix is truly grateful.
Then
So-
prove it. We expect answers.
Come to Varix and you will have them. But know that our work here has only just begun.
Why do we think this game is weird? Like, Bungie's obviously a veteran developer. Halo's pretty famous. They made games before Halo. Is it that they had growing pains going from making single-player games to trying to make this, like, pseudo MMO? And that because they didn't know what they were doing at the start, they've been building all of this on, like, a foundation of sand the whole time? And if they could go back in time to 2014, they would do all of this super differently? What is with the commercial pop-up? Okay, I'm just gonna pretend like that didn't happen. It's weird. This is really good and really fun, and I like all the cutscenes and the way the story is being presented, and the universe seemed really neat.
We know a guardian from their walk.
I feel like to be able to really enjoy it, I have to go back in time to 2014 and play it every patch.
Too much. You do not trust Varix, yes? But leave your distrust, your blame, for later. The Elixni who attacked me, she is Aramis, ship stealer. A new Kell of Kells, unifier of the houses. And she seeks to build an army of Elixni, powered by darkness. If she is not stopped, she will destroy us all. You must go. Varix will help you find your way.
Sure. Sounds great. New Kell the Fallen. Communing with pyramids, she's managed to harness the power of darkness and use it as a weapon. Varix escaped with proof of the dark power, asking for help. Complete the new Kell mission. Okay. Requires completion of the Beyond Light campaign. Requires Beyond Light campaign progress. Okay. Season rank up. Oh, that's the map screen.
And what does dusk stand for? They do not know. This is telling.
So there's a lore tab. Where is that one?
What remains? Welcome.
Okay, it was just the Mounties. Complete the new Kell. It's under triumphs. Triumphs are achievements, lore. What? Oh god, was this how they did it in Destiny 1?
Which path the awoken queen follows. She walks 100 paths at once, overlapping
Fuck.
directions.
It was on a website instead of in the game. Holy shit. So, okay. So what happened here, to this name's point, Bungie is an intensely competent company setting out to make a game they have no idea what they're doing. And the game kind of works just because they're so competent. Like, hand this to any other developer that wants to branch out into a genre they don't really have any experience with, and they would completely blunder it. But the parts that they get right are really good, and they're good enough that it's worth playing, even though figuring out what's going on and keeping track of the stuff they've cut from the game is kind of a shit show. Like, I saw the joke in Discord that, you know, if I'm going to open this video with a 5-minute rant, then I'm already a Destiny fan. Like, I get nervous whenever I'm entering into a game that its fan base complains constantly and is upset constantly and is yelling at the developers constantly. Like, that's kind of like the space World of Warcraft has been in for over a decade.
We call it stasis. Power given by the pyramid in opposition to your light, Guardian.
Stasis. Cool ice attack that I have to knock people out of.
Europa was to be a haven for every one of my people, the Elixni. But stasis corrupted her. With it, she turns obsession into opportunity, working in haste to empower Elixni with the dark gift. If Aramis is not stopped.
So this is kind of the layout of an expansion. There's a big open world area that has instance dungeons around it. You grind bounties in the open area with other players. You do events with other players in the open zones. And then you do single player dungeon quests, and you eventually unlock tightly authored strikes with bosses and eventually more difficult raids. It makes me wonder if the fact that it's a live service is the reason Bungie's not able to pivot to fix their shit, right? Like what if they just took Destiny offline in like 2019 and were just like, you know what? We gotta take like 2 years, figure out what the fuck we're doing, and then start over. It wasn't that an issue with Final Fantasy XIV or Realm Reborn that like Yoshi P and the rest of the team committed to keeping the 1.0 servers online and like issuing patches to it so they weren't screwing over the big fans of the game, which obviously took a lot of dev time and slowed what they were able to do with the Realm Reborn. Pyramids are inherently morally inferior to magic spheres. They're getting dragooned. Yeah. Do we think that Activision was part of the problem? Because I am very much ready to blame Activision for with no evidence. Like, it's kind of crazy to me that they disengaged in the first place, right? That was kind of a big deal. That was like comparable to Diablo 3 getting rid of the auction house, as far as it being a crazy business decision that was probably correct for the game, but that the suits were likely very pissed off about. So I always think of game design as this like tension between developers and publishers, between the people who want to make a good game and the people who want to make money. You've had content drops since they separated and it was Bungie.
This is what remains of Eventide. Clovis Bray's European colony, built to house those who came to build Exo, and to become them.
Until we arrived, much has Aramis uncovered. All has proven beyond dangerous.
Then we'll just have to take it away from her.
Cool. Capitalism's fault. I mean, it might be like, it might be that the way to fix this is to basically do what they did, right? Like, keep Destiny 1 running, keep issuing expansions for it, make Destiny 2, and then get all the architecture right in Destiny 2, get the structure right, figure out what you're doing, do it in a way that you can plan ahead, you can avoid losing out on your old content that you already put all the work into, and then release that and, you know, backload all of the Destiny 1 content into it. That's not what Destiny 2 is. Like, it's not Final Fantasy XIV or Realm Reborn that was being developed in parallel with patches to Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. It's, we need to sell this again now that we need to make it available on next-gen consoles, right? Like, what Square Enix did with Final Fantasy XIV was, like, unprecedented, and they did it for brand protection reasons, right? Because, like, it was really embarrassing for Square to have this main series Final Fantasy game that was bad. So they were like, we know that this isn't economical. It would be more economical to just shut the servers off and forget about it, but because of the culture here, we're going to fix it at great expense to the company. It's pretty fun. Anything that explodes in this game feels really good to shoot. I like that they have a little sound, so they're coming from behind you. I see. That's cool. That's why they have numbers after their names. That shit's really awesome. I wish that wasn't something that was in a website that's now on a lore book page. Okay, so this game has, like, the most severe form of iteration sickness, where they're in a situation where monetarily they have to pump out content constantly, or the game dies and it stops making money. So they don't have the resources to just stop and say, we need to start over. Like, this is spaghetti code. We're just going to stop. I hope our players will understand if we stop releasing strikes and expansions for 3 years while we start over. Take all of the assets and content that we have in our Bungie vault, you know, and find a way to make it all useful again. That's so cool, though. Why is it out of the game? Ah, killing me. That's awesome to see.
That dome, is that where you live?
A pinnacle of hope remaining Ipixney, but a standing reminder of Eramis's betrayal of
Music.
Ferrix.
I think those eyeball things are really tanky at the beginning because they're intended to be balanced around having these crazy exotics. So when you first see them, you don't have anything like that. This is very interesting. It definitely seems like it's a victim of like a quarterly profits report cycle that they can't just, because if they took 3 years and shut down the game and said, look, we're not going to update this for a while, they could expand the like actual playable content enormously. If they find a way to go back to the old strikes and the old zones and scale them so that they're relevant, you know, give players a reason to want to go back and do the old content again, then when they come back online, they've just added hundreds of hours of content potentially. And I get that that's not a why don't they just thing. It sounds like the game is structured in such a way. You were saying that even size is a problem, right? Like they have to delete things to make room for new things. That's crazy. Like, it's looking increasingly like what Square Enix did with FF14 was the right call. Like, financially it was the right call, because the game is really successful now. Shadowbringers was critically acclaimed. But to convince an American publisher, go back in time, you basically have to take the results from the future and send it back and say this is a sure thing, not a gigantic risk that we're taking, you know? This is super interesting to me. This is a puzzle to try to figure out, like Trails of Cold Steel has been. Like, why is it like this? Why aren't any other games that are like this? Gotta be careful just running around here. People still bought Destiny and continue to do so. Elemental War of Magic is a Fantasy 4X game by Stardock. It's awful. This is in the weird category where the game's not bad. The game's actually very good. I'm liking it a lot. Like, the gameplay, the core loop feels really fun.
Where you live? A pinnacle of hope for the remaining Elixir, but a standing reminder of Eramis's betrayal of Barracks.
Ubisoft did something with Rainbow Six Siege, and to a lesser extent with Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Go to your boots in the inventory. To be an EXO is to forget. Oh, I didn't even realize I could get mods right now. Wait, so if I buy these mods with Glimmer, does that mean when I upgrade this bit of leg armor that I lose this? So you want to wait to start upgrading your gear until you're pretty sure you're going to keep it for a while? It's not the early game when you're getting upgrades constantly. Traction doubles your turning speed. That's weird. Oh yeah, it is pretty slow, isn't it? It's not just like a option in the settings. Can you just instant spin with mouse and keyboard? Yeah, those 3 games show a good business case for taking 2+ years to recover from a failed launch. Exactly. I guess I worry that the kind of obsession with like short-term profits is going to stop a lot of devs from trying that, even though they can see multiple examples of it being the right decision, you know? Is that controversial? Is there talk of them removing that from the game? Does Bungie know that that's kind of stupid? No, Final Fantasy XIV suspended payments. They were so ashamed of the low quality of 1.0 that they just made it effectively free to play. Didn't start collecting money from it again until Realm Reborn came out. I think that's a uniquely Japanese choice, though. I don't know that you'd ever see a Western dev do something like that. The closest is probably Diablo 3 dumping the auction house because it was bad for the game, even though it was like their only revenue model for it. I still am kind of in awe that that even happens. And if you sub long enough in 1.0, they give you a permanent discount. Yeah, that, even if you don't play Final Fantasy XIV, I highly recommend the no-clip documentary about it. I hope that there's a documentary about this at some point. It seems like this game has always been fine and always been playable, but there's just been... the new player experience is kind of janky. As we saw earlier at the start. No, the auction house got dropped in Diablo 3 because they sat down. There's a couple videos on it with the developers, but they got together when they were making Reaper of Souls and they're like, this game is bad, people don't like it, people are mad, how do we fix it? And one of the devs is just like, we gotta get rid of the auction house, like it's ruining the game. It's making it not fun. Now, I don't know how they made the pitch to corporate, but the game is greatly improved for its removal. And that was the kind of thing where, like, the auction house wasn't a bad idea. If you go back and you play Diablo 2, I remember playing Diablo 2 in the 90s and saying, God, I wish there was some kind of official in-game trading system, because this bartering system is a nightmare. It's not fun. Seems to work pretty well. Yeah, Path of Exile is like, it's in a situation where it sounds like the game has evolved in such a way that now it just makes sense for them to be an auction house because there's already effectively one. But they're so committed to not repeating the mistakes of Diablo that they won't do it. And I get why they won't, right? The problem with the AH and Diablo 3 is that that was the most efficient way to play the game. It wasn't to play the game, it was to try to arbitrage, flip items. It was a much more efficient way to increase your character power than to fight enemies. Uh, 1087. What I just got? 1083, I think that's the new one. Yeah. My hot take is that trading is bad. Outside of
the energy
very small groups.
It must have been Aramis using stasis.
Like, I think you can have a game where you're allowed to trade with a friends list of like 10 people, and that if you want to add a new person to your list, you have to wait someone on a real time in order to be able to do that. That's basically how it works in Pokemon Go, actually. Even though that game is kind of a shit show and there's a lot wrong with it. The way it handles trading is pretty genius. Like, you have to become friends with somebody, you have to interact with them every day. As you interact with them, it increases your like friendship score with them, which reduces the tax for trading. And the tax for trading is so insanely high that if you try to like just get a rare Pokemon from a rando you just met, it's on a, you can't afford it. There's no way. But it ends up getting discounted by like 95% or something if you're really good friends with them. So it keeps the game from becoming about, you know, these whale players amassing tons of legendary Pokemon and just like selling them for cash, because it's just not it's not feasible to do. You would have to be friends with the person for like 2 months before you'd be able to make the sale.
The Darkness Trail Aramis left behind leads right through that door, but it's locked.
But it's locked.
With stasis, yes. You will not be able to break through.
Then we'll find another way around.
You desire freedom for our, and I can give you just that.
Everything in Destiny is
now.
bind on pickup. There's no trading, I hope, assume. That was even better, because like not only did they get rid of the auction house in Diablo 3, they also got rid of trading. You can trade with somebody if an item drops in the same game with them, then you have like 2 hours to give it to them. But after 2 hours, it's bound to your account. That's it. Everything is instant loot.
Chains!
It's so crazy, Walter.
For centuries we have been bound by them. Servants to the so-called Great Machine. We even built idols in its image. We have become pawns of our own devices.
What's your alternative, lady?
No longer.
The alternative is ice magic. Got it.
We begin breaking free from our chains.
Can you use ice magic to, like, fly through space?
This power is a
Yeah, that's cool. They're
one
Idols
I
of the
will share
Traveler.
with all of you in time. Vilax! One by one, we will rise again.
This is cool. I think they've actually tried with this expansion to make these stories kind of make sense on their own. Or at least you can pick up from context clues. It's like, okay, they don't like the robots. She wants to use ice magic. The guy with the robot arm's a good guy. He doesn't like her. I wish I knew more about it, because it's cool.
Our enemies have arrived, eager to test us. Let's not keep them waiting.
So maybe they're just like pivoting to trying to tell stories that work on their own, that don't require that you know what the fucking EXO is, or how the tower works, or...
No. This... I can feel it. It's too powerful.
Erebus has begun spreading stasis to her army.
Put more work into the cutscenes, too.
Out now.
I'm calling our ship. Let's go.
I'm trying to think, like, have I played a game where... No, Final Fantasy 14, where the beginning is butts. And it's like, it's shocking how butts it is, compared to how polished and awesome the late game is, right? Like...
Don't stop. Keep moving.
I've been saying forever that Final Fantasy 14 really needs to just spend a ton of time on making the first 30 hours of gameplay amazing, because right now it is a slog, and it is a hard sell to tell somebody, you should play this FF14 game. You just gotta suffer for a really long time before it becomes fun. Alright, don't get hit by the giant ice block. Got it. No, I try not to consume any content.
Oh no. This... I can feel it. It's too powerful.
Erebus has begun spreading stasis to her army. We must get out now.
I'm calling our ship. Let's go.
It's cool. So all the Fallen have ice powers now, and it's like modifiers. This is kind of like Super Princess Peach, where they're like, okay, we've got this existing cast of Mario enemies, and the theme of our game is the Vibe Rod, because that actually happened in Super Princess Peach. Because Princess Peach, what's her defining feature? She's a woman. What's the defining feature of women? They have feelings. That really happened. That's a real video game. But their idea, though, is that they like take the 4 feelings of the Vibe Rod and they apply it to all of the enemies in the game. So there's like, you know, angry Goombas and crying Goombas and happy Goombas, and you know, every other variation on top of that. Angry Koopas. So it's kind of cool that you've got this preset list of enemies, and you're like, okay, for this expansion, they're all going to get these crazy ice powers. Does this thing like only takes damage from a weak point or something? Or only takes damage from certain kinds of weapons? Nope. Oh, I'm not meant to be able to fight it? Okay.
They actually have darkness. The Fallen. This is really bad. Ship's here. To the left.
Oh wow, pre-cataclysm, pre-cataclysm's like that. Sure. Beginning's pretty weak until you get Burning Crusade and Wrath. They didn't really know what they were doing. Ships are weaker than I expect them to be, I think.
There. Across the gap. Go!
Yeah, so that's a cool way to do expansion content if they're limited. How similar is this at the end of the day to Warframe? Is Warframe kind of also constructed so that only the most recently released content is relevant? I knew what they were doing, but they were making a different game.
Varix believed Aramis wished to create a new life for the Elixni, but these dark powers have poisoned her mind. And so I fled from her. For this, she calls me betrayer.
It's fair.
There are others who fled, those like me who still worship the great machine. They are in hiding.
I like that he's missing the arm. That's cool.
Them behind.
Stuff like that's good.
They will be casualties in her war without our help. But perhaps they can be brought to safety.
Kitties. Pulse rifle, legendary. Oh, is this it's white ammo? That's cool. Healing confusion. Adaptive frame, well-rounded grip, reliable and sturdy. Oh, the perks will roll when I accept it, it looks like. Here we go. Kills generate ability energy, divided between uncharged abilities, and that's just reduces the cooldown, I guess? Reloads the magazine and improves weapon handling when critically wounded. Even when the weapon is stowed. Oh, that's cool. Faster reloads when the magazine is empty. Oops. Increase handling speed, slightly increased stability. Neat. So is it correct to hold on to your light until you're getting towards the end game and you know you're going to be sticking with a weapon for a while, or is it better to spend it when you get it? Increases cooldown of all abilities on cooldown. Quest rewards with nonsensical stats. Glimmer, yeah, sorry. Currency.
Europa is no longer the haven I hoped it would be. For those who do not wish to live under the rule of a dark Kelm, we must play Savior. A secret communications network would allow us to reach out.
Barracks, we're ready. Where is the first relay?
Barracks thanks you.
Oops. I took a bet. I bet wrong. I like what I assume is the construction of this expansion already, right? Like it's familiar. It's you start out, things are normal, and then oh shit, the enemy has a new ability and you can't handle it and you have to run away. And then presumably as the expansion progresses, you find ways to deal with it. Like how you have the progressing unwinnable fights against that one NPC dude in Final Fantasy XIV. Is the mount a thing I should be using all the time? I thought that was just kind of like a show-offy thing in the open map.
Power's going, Barracks.
Good. 2 more.
This thing can't go up, right? You can't jump with it. Wait, I don't think I want to be on this thing, actually. I kind of want to try to use this gun before the episode's over. Hold on.
Okay, Barracks, that's 2.
Now something bad's gonna happen.
Hear that? Sounded like voices.
What? Who?
The ones who spoke through me.
We must hurry then. There's one more relay.
Immediately get enemies here. Hey.
Oh no. It's them. They're here. They're beckoning us.
Investigate the crux of darkness. Commune. It seems like a good idea.
You answered. We kept you waiting long enough. Come to us. Salvation awaits.
You gonna let me shoot my gun? I just want to see how it shoots, game. Got 2 minutes left.
nothing more than a soldier asked again and again to do its bidding.
That's true.
So we want to thank you with a gift to help you finally take control.
That's a pretty cool story beat. If they're serious. Whoa, that's very pretty. All purple and evil. They put a lot of effort into these cutscenes. Is there a canonical player character? Or is like everyone doing all these missions? Or is it like World of Warcraft where we assume that the main NPCs are doing the missions? Warrior of Light situation. Okay. That was pretty rad. That was a cool cutscene.
And here comes our guardian. Right on time.
Can I shoot my gun? Hey! Okay. Oh, for just a couple seconds. Alright. 3-round bursts. That'll be fun. Thanks, Kami, for sharing this game. I do like it a lot. I guess if you can get over the fact that so much of the content has been cut from the game, and that the new player experience the first 2 hours is like a patchwork, and it's just full of holes and you just don't know what's happening. Once you get to the game, it's super good. I hope they eventually find the time to get in here and recover all of that otherwise wasted content, because I think that's a huge bummer. This game's just saving constantly. I can close. I'm trying to think, where do I even find quit game? The gear, maybe? Yeah, love-hate seems like it's the right way to put it. Seriously, how do I turn the game off? Store, expansion, seasons, gameplay, and scroll down. Whoa! Okay. Thanks, Mordecai. There might be more Destiny 2 in the future. We'll see what Kami wants to do with it. I had fun with it, though. I would love to see more of it. I think it's a cool game.